From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey folks, welcome back. It is Tuesday and we are back on the Kelsey Fitzimmons trial. And well, let's just say I listened to the first few minutes of the cross-examination of Officer Noonan. Oh, and hence the thumbnail. Why he now goes under creepy stalker Officer Noonan. Because that shit ain't normal. That is not normal, folks. And if you haven't seen, we will get there quite fast, I believe. But this trial is turning into, and I believe this is Canton-esque level of corruption and bad choices by cops. This is, unnerving. So, folks, we are again today tuning in to Court TV and their coverage. I believe they have the better sound somehow. It will be boosted. And and hello, folks. Hello, Horse Welfare, Gwendolyn, Gigi, Danny, Texan, and David, and everything. And hello, you folks over at Rumble. Yeah, I am streaming this to both YouTube and Rumble. Folks, it's going to be a shit show. I am going into 1.25. We are more than an hour behind, right? Did I miss anything? Or they started really late. Okay. Yeah, let's go into it and see what happens. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Boosted.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. March 24th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Karp presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Would counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Martha Woodley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr.
Kelsey
Fitzsimmons.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal, Healy to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last-minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for review. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking a view?
So we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll do it. I did file the motion.
Yeah, they are still talking about the motion to produce the transcript, full transcript, or full recording of where this independent investigation took their quotes out from and put in the report. I would go as far as to saying if they can't produce it, this alleged independent report that salvages the cops from responsibility for shooting Kelsey should be out because it can't be verified.
Feel that at the close of the evidence you would like a view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't
Boosting a bit.
don't think I'm patronizing you by any means.
No, Your Honor.
So I was told at sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home and it belongs to a it is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember, there was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of the view. And essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. So this issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Brado. I just don't want a last minute decision because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And I could just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I can I get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. That's
Oh no, this was the homeowners, the current, because Kelsey was forced to sell her home, and the defense wants the judge to visit the home that he, as now a fact finder, can, with his own eyes, evaluate regarding upstairs how very, very tiny that it really was, and how improbable it is that Officer Noonan claims she ducked out of sight and reappeared with a gun, sort of thing. So that will be interesting to see if they will succeed in this. Getting a hold of the homeowners to get a walkthrough, because as the claim is, there are different furnitures and everything in there.
You folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
We'll take one more, we'll reach out one more time, see where it goes,
Okay.
and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no
Thank
problem, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, I just had two more questions for him, and then.
For him, okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off for near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
Just remind him.
Yes, sir, please.
You can take the stand, sir.
Good morning,
Just
sir.
reminding you that you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr. Kubertosi?
Thank you. Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
This is just a technicality, but I could identify an item of clothing. I am quite sure she's not the only one with a sweater on in that courtroom. It has to be more specific than that, but it's a bench trial, and I wouldn't make a fuss about it. It's a stupid practice either way.
I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
May I inquire? Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses. Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No.
Okay, so you're not recording anything right now?
Absolutely not.
Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get
Yeah,
there?
the reason why they are asking, let's see here. Let's see here. Let's get these out and about. Let's see. Let's see if I can get a good picture. Okay, let's just show this picture. This is a pair of Ray-Ban Meta glasses where you can record and receive. And they are somewhat similar. But I mean, but I don't see the recording device, or yeah, there are different types, but because I believe Mr. Bradle brings this up because not that long ago, I believe it was in Washington, a witness was on the stand in a civil matter, and in the middle of I believe it was cross-examination, they asked for the witness to remove his glasses because there was something really, really weird going on. And as he took them off, you heard sounds. They heard sounds from it. So it was one of these where he was being fed answers via the glasses. So even though it sounds stupid, we have a new reality here, folks, with AI and recording devices and listening devices being able to be hidden in everyday objects. And sometimes a witness is desperate enough to use it.
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you
Yeah. Nobody secured his firearms.
collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Allen.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
And you're saying oh, sorry, excuse me one moment.
Oh, what's going on here?
Hold on one second, sure. Mr. Bradley, you hold on one second, sure.
Yeah, that seems to be a normal pair of glasses.
I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move. Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you.
Oh, somebody was seated in in the jury box.
And just one second, Mr. Brady. All set, Mr. Brady. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
I am quite sure this is an outright lie. Let's see here. Hold on here while I bring it up. Let's see here. This is from his statement to the state police. On July 3rd, 2025, Detective Lieutenant Meow. What? And okay, here it is. On July 3rd, Detective Lieutenant Demau and I interviewed Officer Patrick Noonan at the North Handover Police Department. Officer Noonan provided a statement that was consistent with the timeline of events provided with Daly and Officer Houston, which is Officer Houston stated that I'm a liar, arrived at the residence where Fitzsimmons was packing her belongings. Fitzsimmons stated that she did not want I'm a liar in the residence while she was there. Officer Houston went towards the basement to advise I'm a liar to wait downstairs. Moments later, Officer Houston heard Officer Noonan scream, "Kelsey," followed by 2 gunshots. And this, to me, this is a tiny fucking house. It is really, really tiny. There's no way Officer Noonan did not know that Justin I'm a Liar had come into the residence.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement in the safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Noonan, please explain to us how this is every day, every week, every month occurrence where you serve a restraining order on a colleague in a house full of guns where you are kidnapping the baby from the mother's arms. Please tell us. Please. Well, I'll be waiting.
And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what his plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that.
I didn't ask you what he said.
Okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiance got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone. No.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good. Right.
No.
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Overall,
Misstating what he told the grand jury.
well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to all that. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, still need to do the impeachment.
Let me ask you some questions
proper.
about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure.
You said that you didn't know her well,
That's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And
Was that a problem
also
for
said
you,
that you got
officer?
along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So
So was
we got
yes or
along
no?
when we went to calls. Yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradley, I missed the question. Can you state
Sure.
it again?
So I asked him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor,
Okay.
and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and then he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
You don't recall? You don't recall talking to your neighbor about how much you dislike Miss Fitzsimmons. Allegedly, now this whack job may or may not have been after this event. It may or may not have been before, because you're a shit talker, aren't you, Mr. Noonan? And shout out to the young jerks, because it appears this neighbor is a fan of his. So the neighbor reached out to the young jerks, who in return reached out to the defense team. Score for LawTube and CrimeTube coverage.
Possible you called her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, is that she's a whack job?
After she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
Job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question is complete, because we can't have two folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Braille.
And also, you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
And that's what a state of mind you are.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned.
and you told us
Oh, really? Now it went from you don't remember to suddenly, oh, I remember, it was the other guy who said it. I thought you said you didn't remember. Right?
state police that part of the job was to section her.
If she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over.
His memory is suddenly cross amnesia. Cross amnesia. This Todd twat got this gift handed to him of a restraining order, and apparently, even though he claims he doesn't remember this, his first thing, the first things that crosses his mind is, how can I make it worse for her, for me, for Kelsey? That first thought that enters his mind as her superior officer is to how to make it worse for her.
For all this, don't worry. Okay. And so, with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes.
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, in my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway, was.
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived, and I patrol the town, so
A colleague who I don't know her very well, you only work with her, and you drive past her house so often that you have memorized how she parks. This is creepy stalker behavior. This is not normal, folks. This is not normal. For a cop to memorize this, for people that may or may not be suspects, because they patrol, they know where the bad guys are, so they drive around, memorize, check things out. He did this towards a female colleague. That is creepy stalker behavior. Hence today's thumbnail. Stalker creep Noonan back on the stand.
I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom, holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door,
Yes.
right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
Maybe her favorite parking spot was busy, so she chose to park. Maybe it was a great day outside. She decided, hey, I'm going to take a walk home, get the baby some fresh air. I just went to the park where Justin Amelier stood us up again because he's a little twat who abandons his child and the mother of his child. So she needed some time to think, so she took a stroll home. But for you, Officer Noonan, creepy stalker, something suspicious, because you apparently pass by her house every day. So what else, Officer Noonan, have you memorized about Kelsey Fitzimmons?
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves. Yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you never handled her firearms, did you? That never happened. Still, I'm going to keep coming back to this. There were guns on unknown places in the house, and 3 cops went in there, and not one of them cared enough to find out exactly where they were and secure them. They even sent Justin Amelier to the place where Kelsey said the guns were, and they sent him down there unsupervised. Why?
Well, you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
And
And what?
at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby,
Number 2 here. If you are wearing gloves in order to protect a scene, a house, to not get your fingerprints, why the fuck are they dirty? Why are you walking around in dirty gloves?
it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's
a
correct.
fair statement?
Yes.
Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's
that I
wrong
go
with the
to.
word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
Objection, argument.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply. Sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby, but that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
Now,
I
why do
don't-
you keep?
I don't recall what you. Can you rephrase that? I
Well,
don't-
here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
First of all, you left it out. You were asked, and you didn't reveal it. Inconsistent statement. And Mr. Bradle, court of law. There's no jury. There's a judge. Commentary.
Mr. Bradle, a comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
Mm. Now, folks in there are having a laugh, but the judge is basically telling Bradle, yeah, don't do that. Mr. Bradle should listen.
Can I just have a moment here?
Yeah, take your time.
Okay. Now, this is something that makes it rough on a defense is they thought they knew what he was going to say on the stand. And then this Mr. Noonan says something different. So now they have to think on their feet. Why is he all of a sudden? Because this is mundane facts. This is mundane facts that shouldn't be altered by the witness. There are so many things that the witness can lie about, that they have perceived as, okay, this is a possibility, that is a possibility. But for Noonan to just lie and omit facts about why he was wearing gloves and why he handed the baby over, that is unnecessary lies that brings nothing for this witness, except all of a sudden the defense now has additional facts. Why is he doing this?
So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall
You don't recall?
what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36, who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School? He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And you knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job,
I had
brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order,
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
what job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing her in.
when I met
putting her
up
in
with
custody.
Officer Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box,
Okay,
sorry.
let's not argue back and forth.
Yeah, this cop, I mean, he's a seasoned police officer. He's been testifying in trials before. He knows how to conduct himself, and he chooses not to. Yeah, Treaty, how can a cop not understand how all this works with his previous statements? Because it is very hard. It's harder to remember lies than what actually happened. That is my answer.
Just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with him behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. See you there.
Sounds good to meet up, okay. Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
And like a boom, boom.
Yes.
No, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 1232 in audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible.
You were trying to recall the event as good as possible. Yeah, but boom, boom is different from boom. Kelsey, don't do it. Don't do it, Kelsey. Boom. It's a huge difference because it is not the same situation whatsoever. These 2 statements cannot be true at the same time. It is impossible for those statements to be true. And remember, folks, when he testified before the grand jury, and the grand jury said, no, we don't believe there's attempted murder here. Only brandishing a dangerous weapon or assault with a deadly weapon. Because he is not credible. And him testifying in front of the grand jury, there was no defense there. There was no cross-examination. He just stood there or sat there and told his story from more or less from start to finish. And the grand jury did not believe him. That she pointed a gun at him. And it clicked. The grand jury didn't believe him. So why should we?
But, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
Pulling the trigger twice with seconds in between is not in...
That was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then is it's right after the incident. Now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession,
Yes.
and what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot, both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
No.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's
How
not
can
true.
that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom, boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're 2 different assertions, aren't they?
No.
Okay.
This is what happens when he has to make shit up. That sounds good at the moment. Back in July of last year, this section for him sounded good. Because he didn't have somebody to question, this doesn't make sense. So now at trial, during the direct examination, he again, because now since it's a lie, he forgot. So he makes up something that sounds good in the moment, as in yesterday during direct examination. And now Mr. Bradle, for the defense, can tell him, yeah, Mr. Creepy Stalker, you're inconsistent. Thank you, World's End, for being a member for 17 months.
You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? To come in here and testify?
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi,
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
The first time he was questioned, July 3rd. Let's just see here. June 30th. So they gave him 4 days before they sat him down to make it 4 days. Now, this never happens with a civilian witness. Then it's absolutely important to question them as fast as humanly possible while everything is in fresh memory, and so that they can't get influenced by other sources. He got 4 days to think of a story before he gave a recorded interview. Four days. That's the blue line. Giving cops leeway. Giving cops time to make shit up.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
Ta fucking da.
So let's get into the incident here. What do you say happened? You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
Mhm. Everybody say hello to Gigi, my first and best moderator, saying, well, we know she used to work as a prison guard, and she writes, why did I have to write a report on every use of force within an hour of the incident? Yeah, but this guy gets 4 days. 4 days. Insanity. Absolute insanity.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
So, Officer Noonan, this is what he testified to. How he claims he saw Kelsey react. Do you know what a trained officer normally does in this situation? They try to de-escalate, to calm down. Get her downstairs, glass of water, sit down. And he claims, I just stood there looking at her. Why? Well, based on what he told us, in my opinion, he's waiting for a reaction so he can act against her. In my opinion, he was waiting for an excuse. Now, probably to get her in handcuffs, maybe resisting arrest, something of that sort. So he could really ruin her life. He did not expect her to put a gun on her own head, and he panicked. Screaming, Kelsey, don't do it. Don't do it, Kelsey. Not if there was a gun brandishing against you. Every cop that I mean, well, I can't say every cop because this moron is also a cop. if a gun is brandished, drop the gun, because that's in their training, because police officers need to alert the surrounding that there is a gun brandished, to give a warning. He didn't, because that was not the situation, in my opinion. The situation was something he didn't realize was an option, and he panicked. And then his actual training set in, which we heard of when they more or less voir dired him. In a stressful situation, Officer Noonan is trained to shoot and hit the target.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her,
Yes.
maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over me.
Yes.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So here's the primary bedroom. He says, no, this is the child's bedroom. So she's over here. He's standing in this doorway right over here. I should have this in paint or something. Hold on. Do I have paint? Hold on here. Dun, dun, dun. Open with, there it is. Oh. Let's listen to it, and I will try to make a rehash of what he's claiming happened. Yeah. Did you see that? Oh shit, sorry. Let's go back. I didn't realize I was still having that image up. Sorry.
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over me.
Yes.
And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun.
Yes.
Right. And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and show a modified Weaver stance? That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you? Sure.
So are you asking him just in general?
Just to
or-
show the stance in general first, yes, Judge, thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
No.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
And can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's gonna grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you ready?
I'm sorry.
Are you ready?
I am.
This might be important later. Well, I'm hoping it will be important later, but I'm not sure. Let's continue for a little bit more.
You're gonna see things.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
Yes.
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
So, according to your own testimony, the moment she launched, you highly trained individual was in complete shock. That's strange. Shouldn't you, as this super cop you allege yourself to be on top of things? Shouldn't you be completely on top of things according to your training? But here you state under oath that you were in complete shock during this event.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either. in
So
those words.
she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes.
5 minutes after she has a feed her baby.
Yes.
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
Yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's
Really?
standing, she shoots you. She tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to back.
So she launches to the left, to his left, somehow gets out of sight, returns. So she's down on her, on more or less on her knees, launches to his left, finds a gun, stands back up, and points it at his face. And you highly trained officer, trained especially for situations like this, do nothing? Yeah, Dream here. I think she saw him pull his weapon and try to move away from him. I think that is a more... Now, the most probable for me is she had a gun to her head and he panicked. And then he made shit up because he would be in violation and might lose his job. So he made shit up. But if these are the three options, that he pulled his weapon on her and she tried to backpedal, I think that's more probable than his explanation. Yeah, we are going to need a trooper Paul reconstruction of this. Yeah.
Backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Back pedals.
So she backpedals first.
Oh,
And then
backpedal first,
sidestep.
and then sidestep.
I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around.
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer.
She's been a cop for 5 minutes. Oh, most of the time, she was on maternity leave. Seriously. And between the two of you, Mr. Noonan, creepy stalker, with 20 years, including all of that training, including being on the SWAT team. This is so stupid.
Who's a whack job?
Who tried to kill me?
So
Okay, now let's try to find this. And let me do welcome to Paint with Nick. Dun dun dun. Here is let's get this up. Now, here is the stair. Here is the stairway up. Let me get a new color for that. Here is the stairway up. Officer Noonan says he's right here in the doorway with his hands more or less leaning towards whatever, the door frame. He claims Kelsey is, let's give him a beard. He claims Kelsey is just outside of arm's length. She is much, much smaller than him. She now lunges to the left, right in front of him, 3 feet away. I should have used blue paint, sorry. She launches here. This, if this is 11.3 feet by 12 by 10, I'm not sure which. This is like 1.5 feet away from her. If she, first of all, if she lunges there, she just has to bend. She's already on a knee. All she needs to do is bend down, reach out. Where is the lunging? To this area here. Where? And somehow, right in front of him, stands back up and assumes the position. Do you remember how he said? You remember how he said? The Weaver stance, which is leaning forward. Wide stance, leaning forward. That would make the gun here. Remember what he said yesterday on Direct? The gun was some distance away. And then he says, it clicked. So let's see here. I think here is the bed and some nightstand. This is not proportionally accurate. I'm just writing here. Bed. Yeah, this is awful. Bed. She waddles this direction while doing the thingy. Bam, bam, dun, dun, bam, bam, dun, dun. And he's standing there like a damsel in distress. Kelsey, don't do it. Don't do it, Kelsey. He has still not drawn his weapon. Well, he does that. At some point in this, he draws his weapon, according to himself. Well, he claims she just tried to shoot him. You know what cops do when you try to shoot them? They shoot. There's no, they will shout, gun, or drop the gun. But if there's an active, click, there's no longer drop the gun. It is gun, poof, poof, empty the magazine. Now, she goes back in this direction and ends up, no, not there, backwards and then side straddle. So she is now in this general area. He has still done nothing. And now he shoots. First, he hits the AC. AC. Because apparently, by the way, according to him, she is 15 feet away. Folks, this bedroom is 11.3 feet. He is now in the door frame. The distance here to here, maybe at most 8 feet. At most 8 feet. He is trying to describe, as he tries to explain how he misses the first shot. Well, she's a moving target and she's 15 feet away. She literally cannot be 15 feet away from him unless he is here. It is so stupid. Nothing creepy stalker Noonan says makes sense. The distance doesn't make sense. The event, his own training says this is not how it went down. And folks, this is why I believe he panicked. Because look at this first situation. Let's switch color. Look at this event, first event here. All he has to do is lean forward and grab. Take one step forward. Because she's a tiny human being. She's like, what is she? 5'5", 5'4"? 120 pounds, something of the sort. All you need to do is take one step forward, chase her, because he sees her racking. 2 steps, he's caught up and neutralizes her. He stayed there. Here's what I believe happened. Let's get everything back. He is here. He just stands around. Maybe he walks up and down the stairs checking, yeah, where is Justin? I'm a liar. She sees that, sneaks here. Bedstand. She's over here. Sorry. Gets the gun, points it at her head. At this point, he sees her, screams, Kelsey, don't do it. Don't do it, Kelsey. And then he opens fire. Then he opens fire. There was never any event taking place in this general area. He saw her, he panicked, he screamed at her, and then he shot her. That is what I believe happened. Again, this is not proportionally accurate. Well, this here, upstairs in the home, this is measured. This is accurate. And I mean, this hallway here is 6'11" by 6'4", and there are a bunch of stuff here. There's some stuff here. You will soon see it. There's a lot of stuff here. There's a bed here, a nightstand here, a load of crap here. It's a tiny home. It's not a big house. I mean, look at this. The entirety is, let's see here, 11.3 plus 611 is 17, 18, 2 plus 13, 3. It's 30 feet across. That's not a huge house. That's not a huge house. It's a tiny, tiny place. His story does not make sense because he panicked. He saw that, and then a few minutes later, oh shit, what did I just do? My career is over. Nobody saw it happen. And Officer Noonan, creepy stalker Noonan, decided to lie. And if Kelsey hadn't survived, that would have been all we heard of this. If Kelsey Fitzsimmons had died in the ER, this would have been, Officer Noonan's story would have been all we heard. All we would have heard about this was a notice in the paper about a fiance who was a danger to a child, tried to shoot a cop, and that was then killed by a cop. That would be all that we ever heard of this case. But she survived. And now we know more. All right, let's get back to trial.
You said that she backpedals first
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
and nothing happens.
Yes.
And then she taps the magazine
Yes.
and then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went in and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
What?
And then she does it again, right?
Yes.
And you
This
actually have no
doesn't-
idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
Bullshit. 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 Yeah, I don't buy it. It goes from more or less having amnesia to being very certain about 3.5 to 4 seconds. Bullshit.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
Really?
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes.
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
No.
You were flustered, weren't you?
No.
You just testified
Well, you were
that
shot 5 minutes
you...
later, weren't you?
Well,
After the incident, and
no, you testified a few minutes ago that you were in shock as this happened. I'm sad that Bradle didn't catch on to that.
my adrenaline dumped. Yeah, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was given commands and shooting at the same time.
Well,
That's not what you have testified to. You keep changing your story.
your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
that, patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years.
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet.
Yeah, we just went through it. There is not physically possible, if he is in the door frame, that they are 15 feet apart.
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first
No.
shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or
I
do you
didn't.
know?
I didn't know where it went.
And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry.
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
You didn't know that?
Nope.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Just a photo.
Yes.
Hi, Googie. This is a bench trial. It's not a jury trial.
Do you have some? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dry mouth, Mr. Liar. Creepy stalker Noonan.
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
Yeah, that, folks, is where Officer Noonan says he stood with his hands on the door frame. This is where he claims she launched. She was on one knee or something and launched there. That's literally at his feet.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes, that would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Didn't you speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there.
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go.
Remember the first witness, Officer Knuckle Dragger? He said he started first aid on Kelsey. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? How this many cops can't get their story straight.
Go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of, I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
Really? Because Officer Knuckle Dragger said he placed the gun on the bed. And all of a sudden, here you are placing the gun at the nightstand closer to Kelsey.
I'll show you Exhibit 75.
This is insane,
it's
this
the white.
stupid.
Yes. It's
Is that where you put the firearm?
on top of that.
Now, let's
I'm
just
sorry,
show
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. That's on the opposite side of the bed. Folks, over here is the door frame. She's supposed to be down here if the picture was that big. How did he reach from there while giving first aid to this nightstand across the bed? His story is physically impossible.
Now, let's
I'm
just
sorry,
show
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes.
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I
So
Remember what? Sorry for stopping. This is commentary channel, if you haven't noticed. Remember opening statement where the prosecution said it was more or less down by her feet. And all of a sudden, here Officer Noonan, creepy stalker Noonan, says the other officer flipped her over and found the gun. The gun seemingly was under her.
I don't recall where it was.
okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier, she's starting to do this, right?
No, no Weaver stance.
Okay, so one hand,
It was.
is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is it
A one-handed.
One-handed?
FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Didn't you just say she is a highly trained police officer who just did the Weaver stance against you? Why would she all of a sudden only do a thing? This is how you spot a liar, because they only remember bits and pieces of what they have said before, and now they have to make sense out of it. And as it turns out, it's shit.
Okay, so she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle, and she lowered her weapon, and I stopped shooting, and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So
Really?
back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that.
I don't. It's too close to her.
Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives. And
Yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and secure it.
I
Right?
do.
And then Core has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. Afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then Core comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
Okay, so it's fair to say that Core does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing, it's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what Core did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Core takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I'll show you Exhibit 51. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Really?
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes,
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
that's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face,
Yeah, absolutely.
and that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes,
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No,
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
it's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Less. Now, I know he claims it was 15 feet away, moving target. Whoa! No, she was at the absolute most 8 feet away, in my opinion. And she stopped moving. But you missed. Because you were in shock, you panicked, and you decided to shoot her. Against all training.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes,
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
yes,
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right.
Ah.
And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to get wet.
No,
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor. And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
no,
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
yes,
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier
yes,
of her own volition.
yes,
Yeah.
She developed some sort of a
She trusted you with her child. Meanwhile, you, Officer Noonan, creepy stalker, you really hated her. Do you hate women in general or just female cops who gets hired and then gets pregnant? How many times per day did you drive by Kelsey's house? Oh, by the way, if you drove there all the time enough to register that, how come you didn't see Justin being outside smoking weed? Did you fool her that much as her superior officer? She trusted you. And you almost killed her. And now you're lying about it.
homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house.
Liar.
I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
This is the first time this has ever been spoken from him as a theory. Why? Because he realizes he's caught lying over and over and over again. And he has to rehash himself. So now this is what he invents for the first time under oath. This is the desperation of creepy stalker Noonan.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yeah.
For each, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you?
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
You could have just stepped one step forward and you would have been on top of her. No, you pulled the trigger because you panicked. She wasn't 3 feet away. She was across the room with a gun at her head. And you panicked. Kelsey, don't do it. Don't do it, Kelsey. Boom, boom.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would empty that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
It would be interesting to see in his history what he has actually done in the line of work. If he ever had to open fire before, and if he emptied his mag or not.
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later. And I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
She was trying to get you away from her. Didn't she?
So you said that you were, so you started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
And you couldn't take it.
More calls for service.
Or what, I'm sorry?
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next time.
Sure. Let's go to sidebar.
This would be sidebar counter 5. All right, let's skip ahead. Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit more, I guess.
So, as I stated, so your names again?
Julie Hess, H-E-S-S.
And you?
Ryan Hunter, LE Open Department.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at sidebar. So Mr. Brado came to sidebar, asked for permission to explore 3 areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Brado, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the 3 areas are,
Yes, sir.
and then you can tell me. You wish to explore 3 areas on cross with Officer Newman on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony, right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
That's
Okay.
right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay, so number 2, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number 2 was that essentially
Isn't that interesting?
Officer Noonan missed.
All of a sudden, in this highly unusual situation where a cop shoots another cop, the town decides to not go according to protocol.
The shift sometime after the shooting, perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number 3, that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA or
Yes, Your
something.
Honor. You're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work, and you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman all
Okay.
around on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Brado, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these 3 things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties and has nothing to do with the prosecution team. And there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did. But let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing. But I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Brado. What's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth wishes that it's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy because the collective bargaining agreement policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so
the collective agreement trumps the local policy. Have you heard anything that, folks, I'm a union guy. I do labor and employment. To hearing that a union, a police, I mean, how do I say this? Now, it's not unusual for unions to make drug testing as there need to be some things, a few steps leading up to it that has to be in place. It's not unusual. But to actively ban drug testing of police officers in a shooting, in my opinion, when a union does this, they have overstayed their welcome. Because then it's no longer about protecting the workforce, because unions is in between the employer and the employee, always. But another responsibility is safety at workplace. By doing this, the union, in this case, is actively making the workplace unsafe, which goes against one of the core responsibilities of a union. This is absolutely horrifyingly bad. Any union, and I'm saying this as a union guy, any union that makes rules, that makes the workplace unsafe, is a union that has overstayed its welcome. And I mean, some of these rules should be subject for an oversight by a court to make sure. It's insanity for me to hear this. Absolute insanity. And I'm not a fan of workplace drug testing without probable cause. This random drug testing shit. No, I don't like it. But this is not a random event. This is a cop involved in a shooting. If any time, that is the time for a drug test. Not to, because it's like body-worn cameras, is to make sure to the public that the officer involved is clean.
why there's no promise reward. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please, please.
Right in my paper as I'm
Sure.
reviewing it. I think, again, it's supposed to promise reward or nuisance. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So
He has substantially altered his testimony between what he told the state troopers in the grand jury and here, just by the sequence of events regarding the shooting itself. Substantially.
again, there's no plausible showing or consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
What do you say to that?
Remarkably consistent. Again, if this, I could bet a year's salary if this sequence of events was by a robber. This prosecution would have yelled from the rooftops about the inconsistencies in the statements. But since it's a cop, they try to protect. They are lying to the court. In this specific instance, right here, right now, this prosecutor is lying to the court.
Remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is, because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even on,
Take a
even
crack
on,
at,
well,
the
even
other
on,
side of it.
no, even on my theory, and just give me a moment. Even on my theory, that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this. And here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation to keep him happy. So he does well. So he's economically enriched. So he's treated nicely. And it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony? But he gave I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation. What, for doing his legal duty, that is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it?
Yeah. According to defense, since this happened, Officer Noonan is technically still a cop. But he could basically come and go as he wishes. He's not on the schedule. Probably because not a single officer wants to have this unhinged motherfucker patrolling with them, who, in my opinion, his fellow officers now know that in a dangerous situation, he panics and he shoots. But in order to keep him credible in the court, they can't fire him. So they have him on payroll. So he's just technically a police officer, but with zero responsibilities.
Unprecedented, or is it a legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't, go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the fact finder. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as any other, as we treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions North Andover Police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of the report team. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradel says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no good faith basis to ask these questions.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Bradel, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan, allegedly missed the shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more.
According to what I've heard, is that Officer Noonan medicates himself extensively. And that is why they took him off the schedule, because he can't be on time. He's unreliable. He's a loose cannon.
Or because you've articulated that sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that. And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork, that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant action, adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration, if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
Hold on a second. To assert generally what your sources, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed for on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So
This is about credibility, in my opinion. Impeachment due to credibility. He's receiving special treatment because he's an unreliable, loose cannon that nobody wants to work with.
I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows that he's receiving favorable treatment.
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony, but he's being lavished with rewards. He is, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued, and that at some point it was sort of after the fact thing that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake, and that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into and I won't say it, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay, so let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Noonan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed the shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question.
Right.
And he says, yes, no, okay, then what? Let's say he says, no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, Your Honor, at a minimum, we have that.
All right, so, all right, and then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's an ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details, and
What's the source of your information?
another whistleblower, Your Honor. And, they come to me in good faith, and,
And have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday, we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Brado, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for.
This is a strange ruling because he is the fact finder. And if this is so clearly out of bounds, it shouldn't be allowed in anyways due to his proffer. Now they have to lay the foundation. In that case, they have to pull this out in their case in chief. So I'm not sure what this ruling actually means.
Our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns to Commonwealth? Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand, Officer Noonan.
Okay. And by the way, we all know that the I'm a Liar family is watching this extensively so they can adjust their testimony.
Thank you, Officer Noonan. Mr. Brado, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
Sure.
Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
All right, and you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Bullshit.
Now, you also are on critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Right. And that is an accommodation that was made via a side, may I inquire, Your Honor, or?
We've already gone past one question.
Yeah, sustained. Next question.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained. No, you've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr. Brado, next question.
All right. Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January. Yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me just hear the question. Officer Noonan, please don't answer it until I hear it. Go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right. Yes or no?
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So.
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with cross? Right? I'm assuming that you're.
In that area, right,
All
in
thank
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank
have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you
Kinda-
said that,
kinda
that there was
confused.
discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about it or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
So here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
it could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay. So we're gonna have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked?
Impeachment time. How much did you actually lie about?
If you're not able to do so today, tomorrow morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay.
Say had just taken out a restraining order, and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
Recorded. You lying sack of shit. That was the sequence of events. That is what you said in a recorded interview. What was going to happen. Not if, that you were.
That's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't,
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
because she tried to kill me.
Lying sack of shit. Liar.
Now, I asked you
liar.
earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, you asked him,
today?
yes.
And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes, it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
I'm with other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you, Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978, just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yeah.
I apologize if I do this on.
You liar. You absolute liar. This is him admitting to PTSD. This was one of an event. So he got it replayed in his head. Now, the baby was nowhere near. Remember that. Because there's a vicious rumor, and it's been going on, that she did this while holding the baby. That is false. Officer Noonan was having an episode. By all accounts, creepy stalker Noonan had an episode. And he shot her. Okay. Awkward silence.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Oh, look at the prosecutor. How he, boom, defeated.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you
His
some
star
of the
witness
screenshots, First of all.
is the actual whack
So-
job.
Contact, and that's your phone number and it says Noonan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here.
Okay, and you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is, the black part is you and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue.
Kelsey's.
Oh,
blue
Kelsey's
and
in
you
blue.
being black, yeah.
How about that? Whack job.
You asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed to tune up, et cetera.
Yes.
He said, his answer was, he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when the witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And so-
Fair enough.
And I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says? What I
Yes,
suggested?
it does.
And so we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes,
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff
Mhm.
to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her. And that was one horrific call.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that this is apparently you have been through this before, a similar event where apparently you failed twice, at least twice. And all of a sudden, in my opinion, you, in your mentally deranged mind, you find yourself in what you believe is an identical situation. And what do? You shoot her because you were having an episode.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
No, that's not what you do. You handle it. You go to therapy. This is what should have happened long before is what happening to you now. You cannot be trusted. So yes, you're technically an officer, but you can't be trusted. So you are on leave. You are the whack job. Creepy stalker Noonan.
I want to go back to the bedroom where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes,
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I don't remember that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe. Yeah.
And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for,
Yes,
right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
yes,
And that was the truth?
yes,
And that was the whole truth.
yes.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly right.
Yeah, what did you add to make yourself look better?
Need a moment.
No problem, take your time.
Okay, we can skip.
Report, 9-page report. She was, her IC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up, she grabbed my hand, I held her hand, consoled her, and then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you
How in the flaming fuck do you not remember this? Are you so medicated out of your mind right now that you actually have zero recollect? How do you not remember this sequence of events that you apparently talked about, wrote about, but now all of a sudden on the stand have no recollection of? Is it because when you were uttering these things, this garbage, you thought she was going to die? Because she was still in critical condition. Still in critical condition. You thought she was going to die, so you wrote something down to make yourself a hero. And then she survived. You started out by lying. You had to keep lying because the truth would get your ass fired.
didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further on.
I'm sorry, no more, you're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you the previous remark as exhibit number 57.
Speak into the microphone, asshole.
About that,
Yes.
area that you put the gun,
Yes.
that officer portrait.
Yes.
How did he reach there from giving CPR and first aid? Jesus.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into?
She had postpartum depression, which means she voluntarily gave her guns back. Here's what happened later. She was deemed well by the police department. And then all of a sudden, all of you guys show up and she almost ends up dead. Creepy stalker Noonan.
The team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her.
That's correct.
Counsel had asked you about the first time you made a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before?
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you tell Officer Core what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell
Is any of that recorded? Asswipe?
Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said you tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection.
Out of everything during cross-examination, that's the only thing the prosecution can redirect on. That's it. Nothing, because they know they can't go into the rest of it because there's nothing to rehabilitate. They cannot rehabilitate this man. And they know it.
That's hearsay, and it's, I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
Please say,
I'm not just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Rail, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for state of mind,
Thank you, Your Honor.
and to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan? from either
that's
side?
nothing to rehabilitate.
Take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down. And,
Wait. No.
Okay, as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Aren't they going to ask to keep sequestration? Or maybe he already knows this. Can we release this witness?
Quick sidebar before the witness departs.
Before the witness departs, oh, you are almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
Sidebar counter number 6. Yeah, I am assuming that the defense is now, we might want to recall him, so don't allow him to watch any of the testimony. All right. Who's the next witness? In my opinion, Officer Noonan's, he is destroyed. He cannot be trusted with his words. His word cannot be trusted. Because he leaves out so much stuff that he claims he doesn't remember. And the only reason why he can't remember it is because his brain is fucking fried.
Thank you. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
I see it. Yeah, Little Miss has a channel. Let's see here. Let me get it for you.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I do.
There's Little Miss channel.
I guess good morning still.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, who the fuck are you?
Yes, please.
Sir, allow the voice to introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name.
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Core.
Oh, this is Mr. Stephen Core, who was in
Last name is Core, C-O.
the house. Let's see what he lies about.
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay, what are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol for the.
Now let's actually try to catch up, because we haven't made any leeway in 2.5 hours.
I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day.
Correct.
Okay, at some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at the time with an arrest.
Okay, and the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes,
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it, so you knew where she lived.
I do. Yes, correct.
We're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well, I'm
just-
sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road up by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board in my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, "Where are you, sir?" And he answered me on the radio. I said, "Upstairs." I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, "Where are they?" And she said, "They're upstairs." I went upstairs. And there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left. Yes,
Okay. You went upstairs.
correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs. There was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was two doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay. And who did you see when you entered that door?
I saw Lieutenant Daly. I saw Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, "Secure that firearm." And I looked down. There was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
Really? Where's that fucking gun? Now, one Officer Knuckle Dragger, who we heard in the beginning yesterday, said he put it on the bed. Okay. And then Creepy Stalker Noonan said he, while doing first aid, took the gun from the bed to the other side of the bed to the bedstand. And now this guy shows up. It was on a bookshelf. Where the fuck was the gun?
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located on top of the white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you're in, correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in there. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it. Put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct. And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Which fucking box?
And ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So
This is
image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, and you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Where is what did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing, it was at the top of the stairs. I backed up out of that, and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I run right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
Please.
You said there was a box on the bed. Okay. Why are you using house appliances to collect evidence? Aren't you supposed to have your own evidence gathering materials? Why are you using... Hey, I found a box. Let's use that. What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck? This is red Solo Cup area. The Stop and Shop bag. You're gathering evidence in a random box? Oh, for love of fuck.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Ms. Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet. I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, "Hey, did she get a round off on you?" And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure. Cross. Mr. Brito, cross.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, take your time.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the
Oh, sorry.
microphone only because make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in a police report, correct?
No, I did not read a police report, no.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you give me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct?
I work with him as a coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident
to the
happened to
30th?
July 30th,
July.
he's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene, we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
I need you to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean,
You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Bonasaro, please.
Michael Bonus. Okay, who's that? I don't know. I don't care.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police?
All assignments are what I'm doing now.
Start from when you graduated from the academy, briefly.
All right. So graduated academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the Firearms Identification Section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the Narcotics Inspection Unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the Narcotics.
How do you know somebody is a Mass State Police? Bald! Apparently.
Inspection Unit, and then to Firearms Identification Section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the Firearms Identification Unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the Firearms Identification Unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence.
Firearms examiner. Now this is a very, very easy. So I don't really care. But usually this is what I think about tool mark analysis, all of these things. This is how everyone should feel about tool mark analysis as a science.
Step right up to the miracle station. We've got justice in a jar on sale. Wave a lab coat, sprinkle Latin, sign your name, then set that scale. Look, a scratch on a screwdriver. Look, a pattern on a shell. Call it tool mark analysis, baby. That's how they send you to a cell. It's a shit science and you know it, but they sell it with a wink and a grin. Draw a line, call it math. Write a number on a latch, then they swear that the truth's locked in. It's science. Showbiz in a lab coat, give the jury one more magic trick to quote. They clap, they sigh while a life goes by. On a shit science song and dance they buy. Open wide, says the expert smiling. Let me measure every jagged tooth. Bite mark analysis on a bruise in a photo. They announce they've discovered the truth.
Yeah, it's a shit science.
Document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharge casings.
It's a shit
we
science.
attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of mass general laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role, looking at making sure everybody has the training that is required amongst them and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yeah, so as of right now, we're down a few supervisors, so I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, make sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armors courses, you go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings here. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure you're up to date with all the standards.
And the armors courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several.
Yeah, folks, I don't care. This guy's testimony, we know whose gun it is. Now, the only thing is if he can explain how, this and prove that Kelsey tried to pull the trigger and it clicked, and then did the tap and rack. That's the he can't. But let's get him to cross-examination.
What exhibit 88 shows?
Yes.
And did you ever find a projectile associated?
And sidebar. Sidebar counter. 7. Let's get to cross-examination because I mean,
Which is what we need for, because of our HVAC. But
oh, let's see it.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Simmons matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
okay, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a number of?
The judge was distracted by the outside noise, so, I'll.
Correct.
But 80.
Get there. Do it. Do you have your reports with you?
Okay.
Then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
The magazine.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon,
Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro. Do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonasoro.
Bonasaro. Nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me now.
Okay. And let me know and I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
And so, just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's
And I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach you? Yeah. Let me show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Bradham, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
thank
Your
you.
Honor. So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor. The question was the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round. Do they all have the same head stamp?
the 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp.
Correct.
Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
So it came from the same gun? Noonan's gun?
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex Detective Unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report. And again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So
Thank you.
we'll stand at recess and let's start back up at 5:02.
Should we have?
All right.
The gun lock on?
Okay,
Lunch, recess.
lunch recess.
Yeah. Resume here.
Yes.
And, okay,
Lieutenant Detective Bonassar, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right. Okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene. Okay. Who did you get? And again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47, and we'll just use the last 3 numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last 3 digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
okay, can skip. That's his report.
And who's he?
He works for, it was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is
What?
manipulating.
He altered Noonan. Now, to preserve evidence, in a shooting like this, it is extremely important that everything, first, you make it safe. Mag out, rack it, get the cartridge out, then you leave it. You write down, this is how I did it. You package it, you tape it, and then you hand it over to one of these guys. He didn't. He loaded the mag up again. He manipulated the evidence.
The weapon at some point, and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm. And I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes,
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes,
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
yes,
And so you say right in your report from item 1-1. So it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
yes,
Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
yes,
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
yes. That was an error on the administrative portion of the report.
And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes,
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
it was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan,
Right.
1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
These were recovered at a later time.
Mhm.
I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault. And I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
But that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody reference is from Logan, right?
Yes.
And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct. Correct.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover Police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
And I'm guessing issued ammo.
On 1-7, you have two removable box style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay. so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say though that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey
Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons? Yes.
And then you have a box magazine 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from 1-9, from Ms. Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do 2 removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9, 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay, so these are things that you recovered.
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the 2 discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings. Yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those 2 discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other 2, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113. Unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycled through that weapon.
Right. One step ahead, that's my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what, breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to
So
determine.
they
that
never
unless
actually
there's some sort of
checked
defect or whatnot.
which
And to figure
came
that
from
out,
what.
You gotta look at it,
Correct.
and that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Read it back? Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you. And comments, can you call your next witness?
Okay, next witness. If they follow the protocol every time, there shouldn't be all these mistakes. Exactly. And in Massachusetts, it seems to be the storm center of, yeah, let's not care. Insane. Okay. Who's this joker? I'm assuming it's a cop.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Watch this guy right there. If you try to speak up nice and loud right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TimothyHouston.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
Sir, did you, where'd you grow up?
Officer, why do you think you are in a noir film as a PI, or are you portraying the lonely drunk cop who solves crimes or anything? Fucking shave, you bum. You're in court.
Grew up in North Andover.
Okay, did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I was Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
And so when was that you joined the PD?
Started the academy in November 2020.
And your rank now, you're patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my 3rd year. It's basically if you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
And what did that entail?
I mean, I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focus on reconnaissance. But while I was there, I started as a dismount. Then I moved up to a gunner. And then I was a dismount team leader. And then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
I'm going to play this in normal speed. Remember, I'm playing this in 1.25.
Now we're going to jump back to the PD, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long.
He was clearly out on a fucking bender yesterday. He shows up in court, not shaven, slurring. Seriously.
She was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift
for a brief period of time.
FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job, learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, you know, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
Just, I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. We were working that day.
Yes.
And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Noonan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car
Normally.
100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Okay. Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already?
So you usually saw the car parked outside of her house. Usually does not mean all the time. Yeah, why do they all seem to care about where she fucking parked? Are they all fucking stalkers?
Talk to Officer Noonan.
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot, and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
My only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances of why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before, so obviously it's a tough position.
Postpartum depression is not unusual with first-time mothers or even women with more than one child. Why? Hormones wreak havoc on the body. And I saw this earlier when this was brought up in the chat. The stigma against PPD, postpartum depression, seems to be used against women all the damn time, while it is actually quite normal. Now, there are severe cases, but as I understand it, Kelsey volunteered this. Yeah, I'm having a shit time here. And together with the precinct, hand over your guns until you're deemed to be safe with guns.
For her, finding out, there's an order in place, we're taking her firearms, we got to take the baby, give them to Justin. So we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well, and we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay. Had you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes,
Did you go in together?
yes.
Right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, no.
Did when you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches, had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
What was the gist?
You can't even remember
order.
yesterday.
She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere. And I could see a handgun case sticking out.
And here, this is character testimony, where they are trying to cover their own asses. Oh, look how it's cluttered. Asswipe. Shit fucks. She was just abandoned by her fiancé, who needed to figure things out. And the day before, he went there to retrieve his guns. So why were there gun casing? Or whatever you call it. Why were there empty things? Well, probably because Jason, I'm a liar, just took his stuff, ignored his child, and disappeared.
Before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it, it was empty, and Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Now, I've said this before and I will repeat it. Why didn't you secure the guns? Drunk officer, I don't care. Why did you not secure the guns? Why didn't you? Because she already handed over the baby. Why didn't you go from room to room? Tell us where the guns are. It was in the fucking restraining order. Why was it so important to kidnap the child, but not with a whisper did you secure any guns in the household?
What happened next?
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Really?
And
seems like there's a difference in testimony here again.
Following her around, if you remember.
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house?
That's correct.
Was it?
So Officer Noonan stood close by with baby in hand as this discussion was taking place. He knew Justin was on his way.
Why was that?
It was still, we're still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay.
If you are so damn worried, why don't you gather, take her around? Where's the guns? It's in the basement. Okay, let's go to the basement. These morons. Oh, seriously, this is so
Was
stupid.
it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after.
Okay, it seems like trial is over for today. And we are about an hour behind. So we should be able to get caught up with the entire day today.
You came downstairs. At some point, did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
Okay. What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
Through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
The house is really tiny. So if somebody says mom is here, it doesn't matter where in the house you are, unless you're in the basement hiding like a fucking coward. You know this. And so does Kelsey. Again, making Noonan a liar.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing.
Okay. Okay, interesting. When mom showed up, nobody was upstairs. Did you hear that? Again, Noonan is a fucking liar. He said they were upstairs when he heard commotion downstairs. That was when mom showed up. This guy is saying, no, we were all downstairs. We didn't walk up the stairs until after mom showed up. More lies. Inconsistent statements from these officers.
The T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, there's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room, has a crib in it.
Yeah.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now,
Also, listen to some of the words that they are using here. He said that would be Kelsey's bedroom. Why does he say that? Because he also knows that Justin, I'm a liar, is no longer living there. He has moved out.
you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room
She moved between both the rooms.
while you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it, started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point, she heard a female's voice downstairs, and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom." I mean, we were just.
You just said a minute ago that mom arrived when you were outside with the baby. She was already in the house. She knew her mother was there. Why are you making this shit up?
There, and she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
Okay. And so you say up there.
Bullshit.
Remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing.
So this actually talks for. Listen to him. He got the notion she wanted him to go downstairs. She wanted people to get away from her. She did the same thing with Noonan. And when, so this speaks for Kelsey's, how Kelsey explains the event.
She had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay.
And
where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it, and she saw me open it, and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice, and she said, "I don't want him in the house." And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you in this conversation?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah.
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, "All right, Justin's," I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, "Just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside."
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So the lights were off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. Lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how. I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah. So at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, "Kelsey," and I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, "Start medics." I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, "Do you get up there? What was that?" And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, "Yeah." So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, "What just happened?" He said, "She pulled a gun on me." And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually. Okay. Just didn't want anything further. Okay. Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, that I don't even.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess he said it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for? There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, but maybe he and Noonan and had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out. Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was.
I want to know the first time he told that. We can see him saying this in a written or recorded interview. Because as he's talking now, he claims this happened somewhere near the event. No, I don't buy it. I do not buy it.
Exactly when I got to the top of the stairs, or
Okay, would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second. There's an objection. You strike left.
Non-responsive, it's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and frankly news to the defense.
Okay, so first things first. On the hearsay issue, Mr. Bertozzi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
That was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And
So the state, when they tried to get in excited utterance, when it was 5 minutes after, they failed. So now they invent this shit and claim, oh, it happened seconds later. This is possibly Brady. Because as Bradel said, this is news to the defense. If they just made this shit up and is trying to get this in, it's a mistrial. They are literally inventing evidence, in my opinion.
then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Bradel, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to use.
So
That's what I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradel that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's no, it's fault. The foundation right now to me is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which
And
conversation.
I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report.
Okay.
To refresh his memory, yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that and we'll take it a step at a time.
When was this report
Just so
written?
you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
I hate all these hearsay exceptions because there's always an exception for every damn
Does that
event.
help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled a gun on me or she pointed a gun, wrapped the trigger, etc. So you can have them clarify.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
If this is news for I hope these exact things, but again, when is this report written? If this report is written after July 3rd, after Officer Noonan, Creepy Stalker Noonan, had his first interview. If this report was written after, nah, gone. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I can just have one more.
Sure, take your time.
There's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor. Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of a reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's now clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm saying, politely saying, is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
yeah,
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, you know, a battered woman or something, where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event, so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different that the state.
Yeah. Bradley is correct here. Noonan never testified he said this to anybody. But this guy suddenly remembers this very, very convenient fact. Because now they have to recall Noonan, who now knows what to say. The impeachment moment is gone when the state brings this in, not by Noonan, who is the correct witness. They bring it in by another cop as under excited utterance, and if it is truth of the matter asserted.
It happened. I mean, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's
He's not the correct
unreliable
witness.
circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
all right, so the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
no, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradle articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to.
I'd just like to put on the record, it was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning. So.
All right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards.
So, sequence of events. Boom, boom. Now enough time goes by that another person is already in the room doing first aid. This guy shows up. Now it could be just seconds, but it is still enough time for first aid to being administered. That is enough time for Officer Noonan to make shit up.
I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing, she was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go.
Sorry, it jumped ahead.
The low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey?
That the statement happened, I mean, or that this interaction with Houston happened.
Weigh the factors under Baldwin.
Okay. Now we're back on.
Either Noonan, what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing, she was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And so.
So now you have 3 officers independently of each other claiming she said completely different things. Folks, this is what I call a cork on fork situation. This is a cork on fork situation. A cork on fork situation is when police officers on the stand say something so inherently stupid that is easily provable, inconsistent. Now we have a situation, 3 cops, independently of each other, claims she says completely different things. This is a cork on fork. This means the combined IQ of these cops are below room temperature. These are individuals who cannot be trusted with utensils. So, this means they have to have cork on their utensils. Because if they don't, they will injure themselves trying to do basic things like eating. A cork on fork situation, which is also a part of my new merch. Link in chat right now. Let's continue. I can't believe this. 3 cops, independently of each other, are so immensely stupid that they make up what she says. And they can't even say the same lie.
So where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AD, I took out gauze, wrap, stuff like that, handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Sure.
He had it out.
Okay. They had a short sidebar. Sidebar counter 8. Meh.
How was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure while you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't, I mean, I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and we're taking for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also put some, tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take them downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take them downstairs. She just put them in my hand.
And where did that occur?
On the landing.
Upstairs?
Upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell Kelsey,
Correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
They can't even get that straight. What was actually said.
And how about after the, after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? It was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Relatively, yeah, pretty quick.
So, with this guy's testimony, Officer Noonan is caught being a liar again.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Did she say, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself?
She did not say that.
Just, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it. Isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
just at that point, I wasn't sure what was gonna happen, so I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her, it's just,
And nobody still went after the guns. Not one.
a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was gonna react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
A lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One more, please, Ron.
Yes. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. A
Okay.
lot of things.
Okay. That was a very short cross-examination. And they did not ask, when did you write this report? When was the first time you made those claims?
Could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right?
Correct.
That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you use a term in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, can you call your next witness?
Okay, who's next?
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Directly into this, then pull your chair. Judge can hear you.
How are you?
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good.
Let me- Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes, my name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
Um,
I'm a correctional officer.
Corrections officer? Why?
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in their wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone and she was driving around North Andover and she was crying and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you?
Yeah, because he abandoned them. The junkie loser abandoned his child and the mother of his child while she was how they are using Justin, I'm a liar, abandoning the family against her for reacting to that is insane. Absolutely insane.
When you had that conversation, do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
Where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did it up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He's a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who is that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney,
And who is Katrina?
a friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
And without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Ross?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say meeting Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin.
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin.
Needed Justin. That is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house,
Yes.
and that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
That is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Brady.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Oh, you bitch! While she was calling you, talking about meeting Justin and needing Justin, you bitch was at the house with Justin, knowing, oh, you bitch. Oh, you bitch. Oh, you bitch. You had your friend, a new mother. You knew Justin was abandoning family. Oh, you bitch.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes.
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
Yes.
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
Yes, it's near there. Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes. Just give me one moment. Well, you can start walking over.
Quiet, please. We're still on the record.
Okay. And I'm guessing sidebar. Bringing us up to 9. Sidebar counter 9! So they knew he abandoned her. Because I'm figuring things out. I'm living with my mother. I need my blankie. Poor excuse. Pothead, fucking junkie, Justin, I'm a liar. And here are her friends helping him. Motherfuckers. Mother freaking fuckers.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's something that we can do. And I would say that, in a bench trial situation, we're speaking directly to the fact finder, and we have moved for the view. In the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and Your Honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow, or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay, they're talking about ending the defense case tomorrow. So, okay, so they know the state has the state closed.
All right, and as for, so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay, and Commonwealth, what do you say?
Take no position.
Well, here's the thing, you take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure, no, take no
Okay.
position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it, and go there with an open mind. And
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence, like it is in a jury trial. My observations and the issue.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can directly see that Noonan's assertion of 15 feet and all the waddling back and forth and how she somehow disappeared out of view in a fucking 1 foot by 1 foot area while he was in the door frame. You can see directly how that is. It's physically impossible. It cannot be true.
To take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers just on the procedures that we'll use. As I told you at sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do, but I'm all for it. I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay, so let's just take even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I can talk with you for a moment.
Okay, 5-minute recess. Okay, they are back.
So we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed, and I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne, so let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the three groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said Mr. Bradle has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house. And then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Ruane, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle, I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be, this is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. I'd ask that the North Andover Police, I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it, but that the North Andover Police do what is you, or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time, let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Roy know what time you want to go. And then what we'll do is if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of it will be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded, so there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right, and we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke, we anticipate Thursday morning. Just to give you a heads up, we need a little time to.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay, that's fine. Just let her. Okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay. All right. Okay, that makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically, you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right. Excellent.
Okay, 2 or 3
we won't
witnesses.
obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target and end the evidence tomorrow, we can. That can happen on Thursday. All right. All right.
Closing on Thursday.
One other
Okay.
thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Court stands in recess. Please remember, when you exit the courtroom, there is another session that's up and running. Thank you.
All right, folks. That's the end of day 2. As I said, we will be caught up. Even if I start around lunchtime, I will be caught up. Even though this is a commentary channel where I make, well, yeah. Well, what have we learned today? We learned that Officer Noonan is unfit and has been unfit, at least from this incident, and he hasn't actually worked as a cop since this incident. They keep him on the payroll because they need his credibility as a police officer. They can't fire him yet. They need him to stay a cop. But in all essentials, he's no longer a cop and has not been since July of last year. I hope that the judge sees this, because it is in evidence now that he has not worked as a police officer since this incident. And we also learned about the text messages where he talked about another event as they lived through a similar event. So twice before, he was in an event which ended in murder. Twice before. And he failed both times, as it seems. That is a person with PTSD who could not control himself when he thought he was in the same situation again. He could not control himself. And then he lied. That is my opinion about Officer Noonan. Then you have the gun guy. And again, to nobody's surprise, we learned that Massachusetts police, for the life of them, cannot preserve evidence in a proper way. And then, who showed up? A guy who seems to have been on a 3-day bender, unshaven, shows up to court and says something nobody else has said. That not even Noonan claimed he said this to anyone. But this guy does. So we have every officer who has taken the stand has said something different about what was shouted from upstairs. They had said something different about what Noonan told them. And they have said something different about what Kelsey said as she laid there, shot in the chest. They can't get their story straight. Because they are bad liars. And then Kelsey's fake friend shows up, takes the stand, and just throws Kelsey under the bus. While Kelsey, a new mother, was looking for her fiancé, she was with the fiancé at some kind of party with no alcohol or swimming. Yeah, sure. With a pot, she took the side of a guy who cannot live without being high 24/7. Why? Does she suck him? Fuck him? Is she his side piece? I don't know. But it's something really, really fucking strange going on. Oh yeah. Hit the like button, folks. Over 4 hours, and we are not even on equal amounts of likes as viewers. Come on, folks. You can do better. She reminded me of Dever, says Gwendolyn. Yeah. She reminds me of the McAlberts. What's in the water in Massachusetts? What's in the water in Massachusetts? Now, on top of all this, the state may have a witness left. I'm further away from guilty than I was when this trial started. And I started at Kelsey is innocent. Which means there are so many people lying here. I can't say it's a conspiracy. No, it's a conspiracy of fools where everybody's lying to cover their own fucking asses. It's insane. How is this even a trial? It's a he said, she said situation. And the evidence presented as what's being said, a sequence of events, everything says Officer Noonan is a liar and he can't be trusted. And what has been presented for Kelsey is that she had just lived through postpartum depression. She finally got her guns back, and then is when her fiance decides, yeah, I need a break. I need to find myself, you fucking wanker. And then this happens. She has a temporary meltdown. The evidence, in my opinion, points towards that her statements of events is what actually happened. I cannot see a guilty verdict in this. It's not even close. So, folks, tomorrow, if I can, I will start a little bit earlier. Because I don't want to... No, we've been doing fine here, starting at lunch. I don't know when the defense case stops, but after the state's rests, the defense had, what was it, 2 or 3 witnesses, and then then they're going to a showing of the house, and then Thursday it is closing arguments. I will. Oh shit! Thursday, I can start early. I have one of these annual meetings tomorrow afternoon, my time. So it has to be a recap of the closing arguments, because I will be gone all day and most of the afternoon and a bit into my evening. So it has to be a recap. Hopefully, I'm just saying this, I would not mind if I get back from what I have to do on Thursday and discover the judge already ruled not guilty. And folks, Friday panel show. We are gathering, me and a few friends, and we are talking about this trial. Katie, what exactly is she charged with? She's charged with assault with a deadly weapon. So not even a grand jury believes Officer Noonan when he said she pointed the gun at me and pulled the trigger and it clicked. Because that is textbook attempted murder. And they didn't believe him, and neither do I. So, folks, tomorrow, lunch-ish, 12:30, I will start my stream. You are all very, very welcome here. And let's see what probably will be. Unless the state puts up a rebuttal case, that will be the final trial day. Then it's closing arguments. So I will see you all back here. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. It is thanks to you guys. This channel keeps going. Thank you. And let's see, can I send you to someone who is... Let's see here. Who's anyone live at all? Seems like not much. So, folks, I don't have anyone to send you to. So you have to find your own way. But I will see you back here tomorrow, 12:30-ish. Okay? Thank you. Y'all have a good one, and remember, hug your family. Unless your family's shit, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you. Bye-bye.
Sail the raven waves, brothers.